We will discuss on the second part, or I would say the left part of the cost statement, annexure B2 of the cost audit report. So some of the concept was left regarding this cost statement, and how to prepare this reconciliation statement, and there is some 2A, 2B, 2C, some type of this annexure is given in the cost audit report. So let us discuss how to incorporate the information, and how it can be mapped with other annexures of the cost audit report. So I'm just waiting that let all the members participate so that we can start this session. And yes, once again, the welcome back to this practical workshop, because in the last Saturday, we couldn't take this session on the practical workshop because of this National Cost Convention. It was amazing and a wonderful program organized by the Institute. I have been there and I have also participated this event. It was wonderful event. And because of the event, I couldn't organize or conduct this session on the last Saturday. So we have a today's session, and the next Saturday we will have the last session on this cost audit report. Let us discuss today the some of the important concept of the cost statement, which has a larger debate with the board and the auditors and the management. Let the members join. Yes, Chetan sir, definitely you will get your CPRs. As I confirm from the administration, I think they have not yet sent the attendance detail to the CP for the last three sessions. Most probably, with along with this session, they will share the attendance of all the sessions, and the institutes will get the credit CPRs. Yes, sir, Chetan sir, absolutely right. Many of the members called up me after the last session, and they requested that they want this Excel file what I have shared in the last session. Although although in the beginning of the last session, I already conveyed that it would not be possible for me to share the Excel file because I want you to develop your Excel file. But many of the members has requested that they want to understand that that matrix we have prepared in the last the session I have shared with you, and the allocation, distribution, etc., primary distribution, and this the cost center wise, the costing we have seen in the last session. So then I thought about this, and I decided that after this session today, I will share that Excel file with all of you as well, right? At least you people could understand the primary and secondary distribution, because the ultimate objective is to give you or convey you, right, the concepts of this costing, a basic concept, I would say, right? Yes, sir, for recording. Let me discuss with the administration, because I am not the owner of this asset. So I have to talk to the administration of the institute whether they want to share this or not. So, but this Excel file is my property, and I can share with all of you that I don't have any problem now. After this session, I can share. But let us discuss this to my the institute administration. If they will allow, definitely we'll see whether this can be shared or not. Okay, so let us start the session today, right? And now I would like to say thanks to all of you for your patience hearing and waiting for these sessions every Saturday. And I just would like to welcome you all in the practical workshop on cost audit organized by the NIRC. And this is the fourth session of this practical workshop. In the last session, we discussed about the concepts of the cost statement and annexure B2 of the cost audit report, correct? In this session, some of the left concepts of the B2 means जो कुछ रह गया था, right? उस सेशन उस चीज पे हम डिस्कस करेंगे, जैसे the captive consumption, right? And the some a few of the concept on the inventory valuation, right? And the third thing is that the interest cost, because generally what happened whenever we present the report before the management, and or we prepare the annexures to the cost audit report, or if we hired by the company as a consultant to prepare the cost accounting records, then there is a good discussion and debate on the interest cost part, that this should be included in the cost statement or average cost statement B2 of the cost audit report. And many of the the company says no, it is a financing part, it is not a part of the costing, so this should not be included in the cost statement of the cost audit report. So there is a big discussion and debate among the members in the industry, the corporate, and even the professionals, I would say. because this concept and this basically the item of cost that need to be treated in the cost statement or not has a different viewpoints and opinion among the even the cost accountants, I would say. डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट्स के डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं इस पे कि हमें ये इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट का पार्ट इसको हमें इंक्लूड करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए. So there is so many concepts, but I have my opinion, I have my understanding that I have discussed before the board many times, and many times the board has accepted my version as well, right? So that I would like to discuss with you, because many of my professional colleagues, or I would say the cost accountant colleague, says that if there is a head in the cost statement, interest and finance charges, then why this cost of interest should not be incorporated in the cost statement? But on the another part, if you go through with the cost accounting standards, in each of the cost accounting standard, that this is that the interest cost should not be part of the cost audit report, or sorry, the interest cost should not be part of that element of cost or item of cost. So there is a big discussion that we are going to discuss today, right? Yes, many of the people says that yes, if it is a working capital interest, then this should be included, and if it is not, then this should not be included. So, because my many of my young friends are participating or joining these sessions, and I understand that how actually happened while we are doing the cost auditing, and what level of data and discussion is being done with the management and the officials of the company. So we also have to consider those points as well, so that in the limited the resources available to us, how a effective cost audit report can be prepared and a justified version can be placed before the management, which should be or which would be acceptable, I would say, to management, auditor, and in fact all these stakeholders, right? So let us discuss, let us to have a little bit of overview once again of the last session, the primary and secondary distribution, right? Let us just go through with it, so that कि हमें एक जो पिछली बार हमने सेशन किया था वो थोड़ा सा एक बार clarity सी आ जाए. And once we will clear with this concept, the primary and secondary distribution, because of this primary and secondary distribution, we are able to calculate the per unit cost of a particular cost center, right? So once we are able to calculate this per unit cost of a particular item, even the cost center wise, then I think it would be easier for us to calculate the or to value the WIP portion, or the finished goods. Correct. So let us have an overview of the last session. I will not go into detail of that. Just an overview. Give me a second. Sorry. Okay. Is my sheet visible to all of you? Say yes or no. That is fantastic. Just listen me very carefully the entire session, because the objective is, at least what I have, I can convey to all of you, and it is up to you, because the costing is not basically based on some rules like the golden rules, right? The entire costing is basically based on the allocation, apportionment, and absorption of the cost, right? So in this case, when the costing is based on this allocation, apportionment, and absorption, then the basis of allocation and apportionment, right, is depending upon the application of mind and the available resources to or the available resources we have. Just wait, I have a call, just wait. Right? So we cannot say that like the golden rules, what comes in is debit, what goes out is credit, all losses and expenses are debit, right? So it is not like the golden rules of the accounting, but the costing is based on the application of mind, and it is based on the the allocation apportionment. And for the allocation and apportionment, you should have a basis of allocation, right? On what basis we are going to allocate and apportion the cost among different cost centers, and how we are how we are going to calculate the per unit cost of production, cost of sales, and margin. So the primarily the responsibility is to calculate the cost of production, then we move to the cost of sales, and then to the margin. But to calculate this, we need to have a correct input, accurate input, and accurate basis of allocation, right? In the last session, as I have told you that the employee cost, I have the apportion based on the number of employees, right? And the rent is based on the floor area. So many times, if it is available in my company, maybe it is not possible to identify the floor area or whatever, right, in your organization, because whatever is written in the cost accounting standard and or in any guidance note of the institute, or of any person, I would say, or the author, it is not possible to follow that seamlessly, because the availability of data in the company is very important. It is not based on the financial data, it is based on the technical inputs of the company, right? So sometimes the data is available with all the companies, but how they are maintaining such technical inputs is also important, and sometimes it is not possible to get the inputs the way we want, right? So that is the reason, if you go through the CRA1 or the cost accounting standards, you will see that they have given you, or they have suggested you, recommended you the basis of allocation, apportionment, or etc., etc. But at last they have specifically mentioned that the in case if you are not able to find out the basis, like the recommended basis, then you can go for a the best suitable or equitable basis, economical feasible basis. So some somehow the even the institute, the government, and everyone understand that the companies had different policies of maintaining the cost accounting records, right? Yes sir, cause and effect, absolutely, right? So it is based on the depending on the company to company, industry to industry, because one treatment of item of cost in a particular industry may be a different in some other industry, anyhow. But in this practical workshop on the cost audit, we are discussing only a general manufacturing, we are not going into the industry based, right? So just have a overview of the last session, what we have done. Just I want to just have a look on this. In the last session, this was the cost available to us: salary, wages, repair and maintenance, correct? repair and maintenance, building, depreciation. We had the basis of allocation. These are basically the production and service cost center. These are the cost centers identified by us, right? These are the cost centers identified by us, and the cost centers can be different company to company, right? So it is not that you have to note down such cost centers. That is based on your plant visit or your understanding, correct? So these were the basis. Basically, we have allocated these salary basically based on the staff, right? And among this, production, utility, quality, packing, repair, maintenance, administration, and other, these were the cost centers identified, and we have allocated this, correct? This was in the same line. The repair and maintenance was basically of the plant was allocated based on the floor area, right? And in the same line, the repair and maintenance of the building was also the allocated based on this floor area, correct? Done. In the same line, this land and building depreciation, if more element of cost or production cost is available to you, and you want to allocate this on some other basis, you can also mention this production overhead, right? Basis production overhead, right? Or any other cost if you want, right? So the, or you can say the basis utility, power and fuel, sorry, power and fuel, or whatever, right? You can further extend this Excel file according to you. You can further customize it, right? This, by this way, now we have allocated based on the basis available to us the element of cost, salary, wages, etc., etc., right? Then we move to the primary distribution, right? The distribution, I would say, correct? In this case, what we have done in the matrix, the entire data is basically now placed in the primary distribution horizontally. See how the cost centers was in the column side. Now you will see these cost centers in the row side, right? This. And the item of cost, it was earlier horizontally, right? Salary, wages, raw material, etc., etc. Now it is placed as a vertical portion, right? Employee expense, repair, this, correct? So you just have a look on this. Employee cost was is 57,887,626. This allocated cost, this employee wages plus salary, 57,486,45307 plus 9242319. It is total is 57,887,626, right? The same cost is being incorporated or placed here. In the same way, the repair, maintenance, etc., etc., right? These are the production line, utility. The cost center wise cost is, total cost is basically available to us now, right? This, and this is basically a total of the production cost. This is the repair, maintenance, administration, and others. Basically, this repair and maintenance is within the factory, right? So what happened? They have further allocated this service cost center of the repair and maintenance here, utility. In the last session, we have discussed this, correct? Is it okay or not? I'm not going into detail. Kindly write yes or no. Okay, thank you, Aditi. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Shobit. Thank you, Anil sir. Thank you. That is fantastic. Okay, right. By this way, what we happened, this is the total equivalent production, right? See, while we are into the process of calculating the per unit cost of the production, it is important to have the equivalent production chart with us. My humble submission to all of you to kindly prepare the equivalent production chart while you are preparing the annexure to the cost audit report. The objective of preparing this equivalent production chart is to understand is to understand whether this particular item of product is passes through with how many of the cost centers, because we will allocate only that portion of the cost, or we will absorb only that portion of the cost center from which this particular product has passes through, right? ऐसा नहीं होगा कि अगर मैंने एक बार 5 कॉस्ट सेंटर आइडेंटिफाई कर दिए ए बी सी डी ई, तो सारे के सारे प्रोडक्ट मेरे उस कॉस्ट सेंटर से निकल के जा रहे हैं। आपको पहले 100% सारे आपके अगर 5 प्रोडक्ट बन रहे हैं तो पांचों प्रोडक्ट में जितने जितने कॉस्ट सेंटर है सब निकाल लीजिए आप, फैक्ट्री के अंदर जितने बने हैं। फिर आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना है कि क्या ये मेरे प्रोडक्ट उससे निकल के जा रहे हैं या नहीं, तभी उसी पर्टिकुलर पोर्शन की कॉस्ट उसमें अपलोड होगी। और दिस विल हेल्प यू वाइल वैल्यूइंग of the work in progress production, right? When your product is under WIP, it is important to understand that at what level of stage your product is reached, because you will load the only that portion of the cost center to where this particular product has passes through, right? So let me go to this equivalent production. See, these are my product A, B, C, D, or whatever. These are my item products, correct? These were my cost centers, production cost centers, correct? Because we need to calculate the inventory valuation, right? WIP valuation, right? So WIP of what? WIP inventory, जो मेरा लास्ट में मेरे पास पड़ा हुआ है इन्वेंट्री, मुझे उसका वैल्यूएशन करना है, बिकॉज द ओपनिंग बैलेंस इज अवेलेबल टू मी, right? But whatever the inventory is left at the end of the financial year, I need to value this, right? Of the WIP and FG, correct? So if I have to value the WIP inventory and the FG inventory, then I have to understand or identify that in the case of WIP, what are the stages where the product has reached, and in case of FG, in each of the product, right, we have to understand or identify that whether this product has gone through to this cost center or not, whether this cost center is related to this product or not, correct? So this is basically an objective. Just wait for a while. Just see, the Gandhi sir is asking that if the stage of completion, or if it is not available, that to what stage this WIP has reached, right? Then, sir, what I can say, because if we want to have a good, if we want to value the WIP, and then this is one of the mandatory requirement, I would say, because if it is not available with us, then obviously means whatever the comfortable with the company and for you, or I would say you can look, right, if you can look the WIP valuation of the company, because the company would have also valued the WIP and they are showing in their financial statement, right? So you can ask the backup of this WIP, right? And even if the company says कि यार ये तो हमने ऐसे ही कर दिया, although the company will not say like this, right? The company would definitely have the backup in case the company says no, no, it is not available to us, and we have valued, the based on the requirement of the company. So I would say then you have to use your mind, that do you want to the incorporate the same WIP what the financial has given, but you have to mention in your cost audit report, you have to disclose in your CRA3 that for the WIP valuation, the same valuation what the company has provided in the financial is considered, right? Because this the stage of completion was not available, or the related requirement or related data was not provided to us, or some diplomatic language you can use, which is okay, or you feel that it is you are fit to this. Because if the data is not available, because sir, in any of the the costing basically, I understand that the data in detail cannot be provided by the company, or generally the company doesn't provide. They can provide, but generally they doesn't provide because of the confidentiality and many other factors. But if it is not available to you, I think a wrong valuation is, I would not recommend the wrong valuation or any of the basis you want to use. Better you go with the audited valuation, right? By the company, because the what the company has valued the WIP or inventory, it is audited by the financial auditor, and you can disclose in your CRA3, right? You can disclose this specifically in your CRA3, that the valuation has been considered what the financial statement is given, right? Or because sir, in the valuation it is done based on the the cost or NRV whichever is lower, correct? In the cost accounting records, we have to value only in the cost. So the concept of cost, whether it is given in the cost accounting standards, right, or whether it is given in the accounting standards, I feel there is no variation, no change. Costing is costing. So even if you go through with the accounting standard of the inventory valuation, the FG cost or NRV, whichever is lower, we have seen that the concept is absolutely the same, that how you have to value the cost. Obviously, the concept of the cost would be the same. So we have to disclose in the cost audit report, because the if the inventory is valued either in the cost or NRV by the company, because it is a cost or NRV whichever is lower. The NRV, the company will take the NRV only in the case when NRV is lower. Otherwise, the entire product would have to be loaded in the cost only. Correct? So the company has to further justify that what products has been given in the NRV and what are the products are in the cost. So for this inventory valuation or the WIP, when it is not available, data is not available, we need to disclosed in the cost audit report. And sometimes many of the people says that it is not possible to disclose because the company doesn't allow. My humble submission to all of you to kindly disclose this in your CRA3 anyhow, do not compromise with it, correct? Because you see, even in the income tax now, the inventory valuation provision is already there. Department can come and go and ask any time for the inventory valuation, correct? Anyhow, so these are the final product, finished goods. And as per the this working, all these products are basically the passes through with all the cost centers. And if it is a case of, suppose this product is not basically the packing state, suppose this is a WIP, correct? So maybe the product is not fully manufactured or produced, so maybe this packing is not yet done. So the cost of this product will be loaded till this cost centers only: production, utilities, quality, or as per the working available to you. Maybe sometimes some of the product is not basically done, the quality is still to be done. So the cost of this particular product, which is under the stage of work in progress, the only cost of this product line and utility will be uploaded, right? So this is basically the case of the inventory valuation of the finished goods and WIP both. So here we have calculated, just have a look, the employee cost per unit cost of production, right? The employee cost per unit cost of production is basically 1.20 per unit for the cost center of the production line. And how it is being calculated? Basically, this is calculated, this employee cost 16494 plus 1811 divided by the equivalent production, correct? The 15267 quantity. This particular, the per unit cost center wise employee cost is 1.20. Now just have a look on this, right? In the same line, you can prepare equivalent production for the WIP, or in the same line you can prepare the for the finished goods. Now you can check which product is to what stage, correct? It is depending on the product to product. You have to sit with the company officials, or you have to ask the data from the company to identify, right? This is one of the best way to justify the department or any other senior officials that how we have valued the inventory of either of the WIP of the finished goods, correct? So in this case, just have a look on this. This was chart, and this is the inventory, basically the closing stock that we have to value, right? Then accordingly, we have to post. These are the inventories, whether this particular A30 is basically passes through with all the cost centers or not, and this A30 is basically passes through with it, or this data is dummy basically, right? So see, this is the basically the cost center wise cost. Suppose now we are calculating the employee cost, because we need to load the employee cost into the inventory of the product, correct? So this is how we will load this. The total product, total quantity is basically from the, suppose it is a FG inventory, correct? And the inventory for the product A3 is 15,950 numbers at the end of the financial year. Now we have to calculate the inventory valuation of this product. Now this for the production line, because this cost center has this particular product A3 is passes through with all the cost centers. Now in this case 19, how it is calculated, 19,124, it is basically the numbers of the product passes through from the production line. Total volume is 15,950 multiplied by this 1.20 employee cost from the production line, correct? Just hold on. Just hold on, sir. Okay, right. In the same way, as I told you that we have taken these are the cost, employee cost, repair, depreciation, others, and you can also take other item of cost if you want. Likewise, I said you can further extend this Excel sheet, right? If the base is not available to you, I just want to recommend all of you. I just want to recommend all of you, if a correct basis is not available or the correct data is not available and the standard raw material consumption is available to you, let us try to have the correct basis or to reach to the level of accuracy. But in case if it is not available, I have seen many of the audit reports that the people are distributing all the cost in the sales basis. But my humble submission to all of you, or my recommendation, not my humble submission, I would say, my suggestion is, humble suggestion is, you can, if the cost is up to the production stage, right? Because when you are going for the inventory valuation, obviously you have to take care till the production cost only, right? Cost of production. So if the basis is not available for a particular item of cost, you may take the raw material cost rather than the sales value, correct? So this is what a suggestion I can give. But my suggestion is to find out first the correct basis. That would be the appropriate way of doing, correct? Yes. Just wait. Right. So by this way, we have calculated, suppose if this product A4 is not going to this quality, and then this cost will not be uploaded to this, and automatically this cost will not come, right? This 500 quantity of A4, and this costing is basically for the valuation is for the WIP only. Then this 500 quantity, the cost will be loaded of the employee cost, utility, but the cost center of the quality, but the cost center of the quality, right? This employee cost will not be loaded. ये कॉस्ट वहां पर नहीं आएगी, ये कॉस्ट वहां पर नहीं आएगी, ये कॉस्ट नहीं आएगी, ये कॉस्ट नहीं, क्योंकि क्वालिटी के पास वो अभी पहुंचा ही नहीं है, राइट? सो that is one of the way we can calculate the cost of production, or sorry, the valuation of the inventory, right? Just hold down, let us go to this inventory valuation. This basically the individual cost statement, I'm sorry, right? This is basically the power cost, the employee cost, and the repair cost, quality cost of each of the product is basically coming from the cost of this cost center wise. This employee cost, repair and maintenance cost, this cost, the all these costs are basically coming from in this incorporated this individual cost statement from this. But see, the consumable was not allocated based on the matrices or the primary distribution. Then how to distribute this consumable cost, right? This consumable cost further can be allocated if it is no basis is available to you. But the best part to allocate the consumable is basically the raw material consumption, because somehow the raw material consumable is also a part of the raw material consumption, correct? but this consumable is basically an indirect raw material which cannot be identified directly in the product. Correct? And in the same line, royalty, if it is not available, that this royalty, on what basis this cost is basically can be distributed. The royalty can also be based on the production, on the sales, or many other factors. But suppose if it is not available and they are saying that royalty is paid on lump sum basis, and we doesn't have any basis right to pay the royalty, in that case, right, because if the entire royalty is based on the production, you can allocate this royalty cost based on the production, right? And if it is based, royalty is basically based on the sales, then this royalty will not part of the cost of production, that will be part of cost of sales here, right? But if the company says that it is paid on lump sum basis and we doesn't have any basis to pay of this royalty, then you can take any of your the part that how to, or you can take any of the basis, best to the company and best to you as well. Correct? Thank you. So this was the entire based on this. Just hold down. See, this now, because the entire cost is calculated, this cost of production is basically calculated based on the allocation and apportionment that I have, that we have seen in last 45 minutes, right? So the inventory of this product now can further be, the can be also valued based on this, the cost of production. The cost rate of the cost of production is 113.13. The important is to calculate this cost of production, and you might have a different views or different way to calculate the cost of production per unit. But the way I show you, in fact I told you that how a cost can also be calculated based on the cost centers, and the cost of only of those cost centers should be loaded where the product has actually passes through. That is the reason I would say the cost is more accurate. I cannot say that this is the actual cost, but yes, the cost will always be a more accurate but not actual cost, right? So the cost of production in this case is 113.13, and in that case the 9100 quantity is available to us, and the same way this 9100 quantity can be multiplied by 113.13 and this cost can be calculated, right? Because my standards says that the cost of NRV whichever is lower. Or sometimes what happen when we go to the company and and we are preparing the reconciliation statement, the company says that no, we have a different cost and you have a different cost, right? And what we are doing in the reconciliation statement, please share this Excel sheet on mail. Durga Prasad ji, you can hear me now in this session, and we can, I have already conveyed that this time I decided to share this Excel sheet with all of you, so you need not to worry. I humbly request you to carefully listen the entire session. Thank you, Durga ji. Thank you. Right. So, so by this way, this inventory can be valued, and in the same line, the WIP can be valued, that I have already told you. One more thing is there, because in the last session I was planning to teach you, or not teach you, let us to discuss with you. I'm nobody to teach you because you all are very learned, so I'm sorry, I take my words back, right? I just wanted to discuss or share the the valuation of the inventory through the MHR, machine hour rate, how to calculate the MHR. But later on, when I discuss with some of the members and with myself, I thought that this basically the sessions are practical workshop on cost audit, and I know the feasibility or of the availability of the data with the company, right? So it is not that easy, to calculate the value MHR in each of the company. But yes, in we should know that how to calculate the MHR, right? Because we being the cost accountant, we should know. And as per my discussion with the institute, I will separately arrange a session after concluding this, the workshop. I will separately take a session on the MHR, how to calculate the machine hour rate. And I think in a manufacturing organization it is a very very important part, because in many of the organization, right, in many, yes sir, we should know that how to calculate the MHR. That is the reason, sir, I am saying that I will prepare or a separate session, I will take a separate session on the MHR, machine hour rate, right? Because many of my, the organization are hiring the consultants, because I am working with few of the organization. They are saying kindly review my MHR, right? So MHR is one of the important part, and I think this need to be shared with all of you, because knowledge is important, and everyone should have the knowledge, and everyone should need to share the knowledge with each of our colleague, right? So anyhow, so this is basically to how to calculate the cost of production in say WIP valuation that I have conveyed you, right? Now, important point is another important point is the captive consumption, right? In many of the companies report, I have seen that the company says, or the auditors write in their disclosure, that inter-unit transfer has not been considered, because they, either they are not comfortable to give a treatment of this inter-unit transfer, because for this inter-unit transfer you need to prepare the plant wise the entire costing. But I understand, whether I should say or not, in many of my colleagues, or as per the data available to the company, I have seen that the plant wise company, unit wise companies, the records are not basically the prepared, and they are preparing, the companies are basically preparing on the company as a whole, because the cost audit is an annual requirement, and they are considering it as a compliance part. But I want to tell you one thing, just a little story of one of my client. Let me have a sip of water, then I will tell you the importance of this portion, please. Right? Okay, so what happened? One of the story I want to share with you, right? Because the WIPN and FG inventory valuation, I told you, right? What happened in one of my company? I have been appointed as a cost auditor in one of the company, correct? And the previous auditor was someone else, and then I was appointed. And in the very first year, the company has categorically mentioned that you have been appointed to give us the real picture of the company, right? So because initially every company says that we want the costing system, etc., etc., and blah blah blah. But when it comes to present before the board, before the independent directors, and when it comes to give the detail, the input in details, they said यार एक काम करेंगे अगले साल से करते हैं अच्छे से, इस बार cost audit निपटा दो, right? This is what generally happen with all of us. Say yes or no. Correct? Yes. Okay. Means this is a story with all of us, right? So what happened? I have been appointed as a cost auditor, and then I received the some of the inputs, the quantitative data of the company. Correct. What happened in the quantitative data? There was some of the quantity. If you go to this, this just let me show you. Just wait. So this basically generally the quantitative data, the I when I received the previous year records, right, of the company, and what I have seen that many of the the quantity was placed in this column other adjustment. Suppose 2000 quantity, right? So I asked to the company, sir, can you tell me what is this quantity is, right? And I request to all of you, whenever you see or that any of the volume is given in the other adjustment, kindly ask the physical verification of the report, right? If the physical verification of the product is or the audit report is not available, kindly give as a the suggestion, observation and suggestion in your CRA3, that there is a particular amount of or volume of this particular product shown in the other adjustment quantity, and this is the reason, and to verify we need the physical verification report. Generally company doesn't provide, right? So just have a look कि कंपनी के पास 2000 की क्वांटिटी अदर एडजस्टमेंट में थी और ऐसे ह्यूज वॉल्यूम अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट में था, और कंपनी करीब 500-600 प्रोडक्ट बनाती है. आई विल नॉट कोट द नेम ऑफ द कंपनी. करेक्ट. सो व्हाट हैपन, आई सेड सर ये 2000 क्या है? तो कंपनी ने बोला कि यार काफी सारा माल क्या है हमारा खराब हो जाता है, राइट, बनते हुए. मैंने कहा अच्छा ठीक है. अब जब प्रोडक्ट बनते हुए खराब हो जाता है तो बिकॉज वो एल्यूमिनियम का प्रोडक्ट है, अब वो एल्यूमिनियम का प्रोडक्ट है तो कहते हैं कि यार कोई दिक्कत नहीं आती, हम हमारा जो सारा का सारा जो मटेरियल है ना, अगर हमारा कोई खराब भी हो गया तो हम उसको फर्दर मेल्ट कर लेते हैं और फर्दर उसको रिसाइकल कर लेते हैं. करेक्ट. क्या कर लेते हैं हम? रिसाइकल कर लेते हैं. आई सेड ओके, राइट. व्हाट हैपन सर कि व्हेन आई आस्क्ड टू द कंपनी कि सर मुझे आप ये बताइए कि कितना मटेरियल आपका खराब हुआ. करेक्ट. कितना मटेरियल आपका खराब हुआ? तो कंपनी ने कहा कि मान लो मेरी 2000 क्वांटिटी खराब हुई, और जब मैं पिछले रिकॉर्ड्स में देख रहा था कि 2000 क्वांटिटी तो मेरी यहां पर लिखी है जो खराब हो गई, means I can see the quantity of 2000 which is basically damaged and is not fit for use, but the cost of this 2000 has not been incorporated in any head of the cost statement. Means the cost of the entire product is basically loaded on this 10,000 quantity or 11,000 quantity, but the portion of the or the volume, that basically the amount is lost by the company, was not mentioned in any of the the list. और व्हाट हैपन व्हेन आई आस्क कि सर ये 2000 क्वांटिटी जो आपका खराब हो गया है इसका भी तो कॉस्ट लगा होगा? कहते सर पूरा एफजी है, बस वो हमारा लास्ट मोमेंट पे कुछ कुछ कई वजह से डैमेज हो जाता है या कस्टमर उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करता है, and sometimes it is a manufacturing loss, or sometimes we can say the customer rejects, so that we have to check, right? So I said okay, is it the case? ये क्या? Yes. So what happened when we are doing this 2000 quantity, which is basically a damage, right? Then this cost of 2000 has to be incorporated in the cost statement. See, the chairman NIRC Santosh Pan sir has also joined the session, so I welcome you, sir, Santosh sir. Okay, right. So, see, the other adjustment is basically 2000 quantity. What we have to do, we have to give this 2000 quantity into the cost of the production. I would say this is basically the cost of production, and this, right? This is the cost the company has lost. The company said, "अरे नहीं यार, क्या कर रहे हो आप?" Because in the earlier cost audit report, this volume, the cost of this lost product or damaged product was not considered, because the justification given by the company was that the entire raw material was recycled. But I, being the cost accountant, I said, okay, in the case of, the volume of 2000 quantity, if the total cost, basically, suppose I have manufactured the 10,000 quantity, right? In this case, the cost of per unit manufacturing cost is basically 10,000. 1,000 into 10 is 10,000. But 2000 quantity is basically rejected, lost, or whatever the reason it is, right? So in that case, 2000 into 10, yani ki 20,000, the cost of total cost out of rupees 1 lakh, the 20,000 cost is basically overburden to me, right? But they said, nahi yaar, it is not the case, because the entire material is recycled. There is no loss. Hamara koi loss nahi hai, right? I said, sir, I being the cost accountant, right, now I have to see that I understand that you have recycled the entire material, but what about the portion of the overhead cost, right? What about the portion of overhead cost which cannot be recovered now? Employee cost, utility, power, fuel, overhead, etc., etc., etc. Right? All the production cost except the raw material, I would say, the conversion cost. Correct? Point number one. What about this cost? This is a cost to the management. Correct? Second point, second point, because this was a long debate on the before the management, and I'm telling you, the when I presented my cost audit report before the management, the entire board was like कि ये कैसे हो सकता है, how it is possible, we have never seen this report earlier, because the cost audit is being conducted since long, how this cost is basically, it is an eye opening for the, because all the independent director was saying it is an eye opening for the company, but the board, the regular directors of the company was saying, no, it is not the case. In this case, what happened, basically we are recycling it, we are getting all the cost, basically we are melting the material again and again, and then we are using it too. It is a recycled cost. I said, okay, it is fine, I understand that the entire 2000 20,000 cost is not to the company, but how much cost is recovered? There is three factors. The first factor is, a very first factor is the overhead cost, which was basically the conversion cost, or I would say the total production cost except the raw material cost, right? This is a cost to the company if the product is not fit to sale or fit to use. Correct? Point number one. Point number two, you cannot recover the entire raw material. Correct? Because if the cost of the material is 100, then definitely you will recover either the 80, 70%, 60%, or it is based on the efficiency of the company. But you cannot say that the entire aluminium, when melted out, we have recovered the entire cost of the aluminium. No, it is not. You will recover in the recycling either 70, 80, depending. Correct? So the another 20% or 30% cost to the company. Now move to the third portion. Now you have recycled this material, correct? And when you have recycled this material, this recycling cost is also a cost to the company. So what actually happened, approx total RMC was, I would say, what basically discussed in the board. And this was the meeting, even in my, last 12 to 15 years of career in cost auditing, it was one of, the cost audit, I would say, that entire board was discussing on the cost audit report for more than 2 hours and 3 hours. And the regular board was completely shocked. No, it is not the case. But I said this data is provided by the company. I am a cost auditor. I am not a custodian of the data of the company. So I have relied all the data given to me. So in case if you have a question mark or doubt in the accuracy or authenticity of the data, you can ask to your officials. But when we are going into the treatment of this cost and the cost is lost by the company, then I can tell you the concept of this and what I have audited, what I have examined. I can tell you. They said, what happened in the last year? I said the only quantity was mentioned, but the cost of that quantity was not mentioned. Here I am agree that 1,000 into 20, the 20,000 cost was to the company, but the recovered RMC, maybe you can say the 10,000, just a dummy figure, right? Then rest of the cost was the only 10,000 cost was to the company. That was, I have placed in this column, other adjustment 10,000, correct? And this cost 10,000 basically was 35 CR in that my company. You understand that how the company, the company has reacted. The treasurer Jeevan Chandraji has also joined this session, so I welcome Jeevan sir. So why I'm saying that it is important to understand the inter-unit transfer or any other quantity, if lost or not fit to use, you have to mention in the company. And I said, if the company work efficiently, we have to identify, because every time the company was asking me, you have been appointed for some value addition, etc., etc. Are you are working 365 days for a company, right? And you are getting salary for every month. You are not able to give a value addition. You are calling me as an auditor, right? Your entire year of data I'm examining in just 20 or 30 days, and you are asking me the value addition. Okay, based on my experience or the data given to me, I can tell you what the wrong you people are doing, right? And how we can rectify it. Correct? Correct, sir. Okay, so what I'm saying is correct, Bindu sir. But the only thing is that what I want to tell you that how the conversion cost or the cost is basically the overhead cost or the conversion cost is basically loaded in the company. And company, if the company can work efficiently, or if the company just focus on their operations, they can reduce, right? They can reduce their production, the damaged product or their scrap or whatever you can say. Because whenever I visit to the company, I generally ask, मुझे दो चीज दे दीजिए आप, कि क्या मुझे कितना टोटल रिजेक्शन है आपका, right? So what will be the rejection to the company? Once the rejection by the customer, and one the rejected during the production line. Because once while you are manufacturing, generally happens that one or two quantity is lost or damaged due to any reason. So this may be a normal the conditions we can say, or normal loss. But if it is a huge cost, then we have to see that where are the lapses, basically why this amount is from the customer rejection, right? Or why this portion is from the production manufacturing rejection. So this quantity need to be identified, that the total lost of the quantity or damaged quantity, and how much from the customer rejection during transport or during manufacturing, right? So this was the thing that you have to, in case any of the product lost, damage, and not fit to use, right? In the case of other adjustment, you can directly load this cost of 2000 and into multiply by the whatever the manufacturing cost is this, right? And this cost is basically to the company.
मनीष जी, if you allow me,
हाँ
एक चीज मैं ऐड करना चाहूंगा इसमें।
हाँ
जो मेटल इंडस्ट्री में जितनी भी हमारी यूनिट्स रिसाइकल होती है ना, क्योंकि उसमें तो मेल्ट होकर के दोबारा से वो प्रोसेस में आ जाती हैं, जितनी भी मेटल इंडस्ट्री में है। तो मेटल बनता है तो उसके बाद वो दोबारा से अगर कहीं पे भी वो रिसाइकल होने के उसमें होता है तो दोबारा उसको मेल्ट करके हम रिसाइकल कर लेते हैं। ठीक है, तो जितना मेरा क्वांटिटी रिसाइकल है, अगर मैं उसकी केवल कन्वर्जन कॉस्ट को निकाल लो, क्वांटिटी का कन्वर्जन कॉस्ट पर यूनिट का निकाल करके टोटल क्वांटिटी का कन्वर्जन कॉस्ट निकाल लो, तो उसको मेरे को कॉस्ट शीट में ऐड कर लेना चाहिए। तो वो भी एक सिंपल तरीका है।
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Because raw material to further added to the total material consumption. करेक्ट, बिकॉज मटेरियल तो मेरा वैसे भी 100, मान लो कि अगर मेरा टोटल मटेरियल कॉस्ट 100 है,
हाँ,
राइट, या टोटल क्वांटिटी मटेरियल की 100 है, राइट, तो वो अल्टीमेटली जब हम रिकंसिलेशन बनाएंगे, और मैं इन केस में कहता हूं कि टोटल मटेरियल इज रिसाइकल्ड बेसिकली, राइट, फॉरगेट अबाउट द 20 और 80% लॉस्ट, तो मटेरियल कॉस्ट तो मेरा उतना ही रहना है कंजम्पशन, ऐसा नहीं है कि वो 20 मेरा एक्सेस बढ़ जाना है, करेक्ट। So you are absolutely right, sir. The conversion cost can be incorporated in the cost statement.
yes.
Because the entire material consumption is already considered in the in the top of the cost sheet, correct. I think one of the member was also asking the same question. Let me see. I just have seen this, what will be happen this material cost. I think now it is clarified, right? The only conversion cost can be incorporated, right? So this is what I am trying to say. The once, because you cannot increase the profitability over a night of any of the company, correct? You cannot do this, but the only concept is basically where are the lapses the company is doing, and generally you will see in the manufacturing organization, and by this way you can identify, correct. So this is one of the way that I have presented before the management. It was a big eye opener for the company, because generally even the cost auditor, and not only the cost auditor, I would say the company doesn't allow the auditor to incorporate such figures in the cost audit, because the directors and the independent directors will start questioning, etc., etc. It will be difficult for the officials of the company. It is not a part of mine, but it is becomes a big problem for the officials of the company. That is why they generally try to avoid such things, right? But if you want to show the correct picture, it may be a dangerous for you, because the company will get angry, and and first time what happened, basically the director of the company said that I think there is some lapses in the data provided to the cost auditor. He actually accepted this entire version in the board meeting, and he said that I request my finance team to further, or costing team to further review the data what we have provided to the company. What happened, the cost audit report, in my entire career the cost audit report was deferred for the another meeting, right? Because there was a huge loss to the company was showing in the cost audit report, and the company is big, right? It is not that the 100 cr company and showing the 35 cr of the this loss, correct. So but generally what happened then, in the another board meeting, what I have seen, that the CMD or the main directors have specifically called up me for the kickoff meetings, and many other meetings has been done before the final audit report submitting to the board. And some of the figures they have tried to manage, but yes, a certain amount of loss was shown in the cost audit report, and that the company has also accepted, and the company said that yes, we will try to identify the lapses and will try to reduce it as much as we can. All right. So the first time I have seen, because generally the cost audit report is directly presented before the board, and it has no discussion further. but the before presenting the meeting, the first the ED people has, the executive director level people have discussed this, then the directors, the regular directors has come, and then the final version was presented before the CMD, and then this data is basically presented before the board. So I think by this way, even the company was saying, यार पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि कॉस्ट ऑडिट रिपोर्ट पे इतना डिस्कशन हुआ है और ये इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम बनी. So they, because the entire cost audit report is based on the technical inputs, and definitely if we incorporate and we try to find out the the correct things or the key areas where the cost can be managed, definitely we'll get something in the manufacturing organization, and by this way we can give a value addition to the company, or can find out or can give the key areas where the company can there manage their cost, right? Anyhow, so this was the thing. Anyhow, let us go to this captive consumption. The captive consumption is basically because in the other adjustment, the product is basically the damage, right? Which is not fit for use. But in the case of the captive consumption is basically the concept comes when we are preparing the cost records unit wise or plant wise, right? Or sometimes in the same unit as well, because suppose we are manufacturing a product A, correct? Suppose we are manufacturing a product A, and the quantity was basically manufactured, suppose this 13298, right? And out of this 13,000, 10,000 is basically sold out, and rest of the 3,298 quantity, rest of the quantity I would say, is basically used to manufacture for the product B, correct? So this 3,298 is basically a further will be taken in the cost statement of the product B, right? And how it will be taken care, like, see, this is a tooth quantity of 5,000, 500 or 10,000, you can say, right? Right? This is basically the cost is basically incorporated based on the cost of production, and the quantity was 10,000, correct? And the same cost is basically be considered in the process material, self manufactured material, or whatever name you want to give it, right? This basically this will be considered here as a raw material. When you will consolidate the cost audit report, this will nullify, right? Because here the cost is reduced and here the cost is added, so ultimately the result will be same. But when you are preparing the product wise and the inter-unit transfer wise, this treatment can be done, right? This the cost is basically taken here, and this. But while you are doing this cost, while you are consolidating the entire cost audit report, it will be basically nullify. You will not find out any of the the product cost in a particular cost statement as a captive consumption, because here the cost is reduced, right? Or in the sorry, here the cost is reduced, and here the cost is added. Ultimately the result would be same. Just give me a second, let me have a sip of water, please. Correct? Can I have a sip of water, please? Will you allow me? Say yes or no, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just want to have this session very interactive. That is the reason I am asking you sometimes a very silly questions. So, Amit sir saying have a tea, sir. Sir, I'll come to your office, then we'll have a tea for sure. Okay. Now there is a, sometimes we have discussed on the inventory valuation, on the other adjustment and the captive consumption, right? We will also try to arrange some physical session if the chairman NIRC will allow us, right? And chairman NIRC sir, Santosh sir, I have I asked to the entire participants that we will arrange one particular session, a specific session on the machine hour rate, how to calculate the MHR, and that will be a different from this cost audit report. Right,
Yes,
sir?
yes, definitely, definitely we'll have.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay, so there's another concept on the primary packing and the secondary packing. Only two concepts we will discuss here, right, in the average cost statement, and then we'll conclude this average cost statement and discuss a little part of this reconciliation statement, right, and 2A, 2B, 2C. So that in the next session we can discuss how to prepare the D3 and D4, because many times I have seen that D3, D4 is basically prepared by the cost auditor, because some of the files comes to me and I have seen that it is not fit to file in the XBRL mode, right? Because everyone is preparing in their own way, but there is a particular guidelines to prepare the D3 and D4, correct? So in the next session we will discuss on the D3, D4. But the primary now here the two concept is left, the primary packing and the secondary packing, right? And the interest and financing charges. Here is the long debate of the interest and financing charges. Let me complete the packing cost. See, in the packing cost there is a two type of cost: the primary packing and the secondary packing. The different the specific cost accounting standard, I think the CAS 9 is basically on the packing cost, right? Primary packing cost. So generally many of the people ask me that why this cost is basically, yeah, why this cost accounting standard is basically prepared, packing is packing basically, right? What need to be prepared, how it is differentiate from the primary, why this basically differentiated the primary and secondary. I know you all are well aware about this concept of the primary packing cost and the secondary packing cost. Primary packing cost is the cost which is mandatory for the the health of the product, right? Without this the product cannot be stored or cannot be used. सपोज अगर मैं कहूं कि कोई एक मेडिसिन है और अगर वो किसी पर्टिकुलर टाइप ऑफ बॉटल में ही जानी है, तो दैट particular type of bottle is basically the cost, is basically the part of the cost of production, therefore it is known as the primary packing cost, right? But yes, you want to make it more, the commercial, that particular bottle, and you want to make it more fancy like IPL. Generally you would have seen that the difference between the ICC matches or the IPL matches, right? How luxury, or you can say are difference you can see in the IPL and the ICC matches. So the primary and the secondary cost, you can see that the you can in the ICC matches, some of the young boys are standing in the boundaries to just to throw the balls to the ground. So these, I would say these young ballers are basically important for this match, basically to to conduct it on time, right? Otherwise every time the player has to come and go, and sometimes, so these are one of the mandatory requirement. Just I'm giving an example, don't take it more deeply, right? But cheerleaders you have seen in the IPL, this is more fancy, right? It is not basically a required to conduct this match. So these cheerleaders are basically the secondary cost, I would say, right? So that more people will attract to this match, right? And many other things. So in the same line, if we go to a particular product, a particular any packing which is important for the health of the product, and if this packing is not being done and the product cannot be stored and cannot be used, right? And it cannot be stored for a particular period of its life, then it is a primary packing cost, and it can be, and you can take it as an example in your industry, right? जिस पैकिंग के बिना वो प्रोडक्ट खराब हो जाए, वो स्टोर ना किया जा सके, राइट, वो पैकिंग प्राइमरी पैकिंग कॉस्ट है. और एनी पैकिंग कॉस्ट, right, which is basically to attract the customer or to make it more commercial and visible, it is basically a secondary packing. That is very clear, correct? Just give me a second. That is the reason the primary cost, I in a very beginning I told you what, why this raw material cost to cost of production, cost of production to cost of sales, right? So the cost of, you will see the primary packing cost in your average cost statement, it is given before the cost of production, and the secondary packing cost is basically on the after cost of production and in the cost of sales basically. ये डिपेंड करता है कंपनी पे कितना पैसा है. आप प्रियंका चोपड़ा को मार्केटिंग के लिए बुलाना चाहते हैं या फिर आप खुद ही मार्केटिंग कर सकते हैं, राइट? दैट इज ऑल डिपेंडिंग ऑन द कंपनी टू कंपनी एंड द फाइनेंशियल कैपेसिटी ऑफ द कंपनी, करेक्ट? So if sometimes the company says if the entire packing cost is basically included in the because in many of the company I have seen in the raw material cost, they have included the packing material cost as well. But you have to segregate this material packing cost as a primary cost and as a secondary packing cost, right? You cannot take entire packing cost as a raw material cost. You have to segregate. You have to ask to the company, is there any secondary packing cost? If they ask what is the secondary packing cost, you can give them the concept, and then they can tell you that this is a mandatory requirement to produce a product, and these are the cost or the packing cost that the company has used to make it more visible or commercial, correct? Just second, in the next 10 minutes, we'll conclude this B2 annexure cost statement. We'll move to the reconciliation statement, correct? I'm sure all are listening carefully, yes or no? Okay, so now we'll discuss about we are not going to discuss on the selling overhead, distribution overhead. You all are well aware about this. You are known to this concept. And we are not going to discuss on the administrative overhead, right? Because this concept is well known to you. We are now discussing on a point which I have seen almost in all of the companies, right? Whether to include this or not, interest and financing charges, right? People says, do we need to include this interest and finance charges in the the cost in the cost of the product, or in the average cost statement like this interest and financing charges, right? My cost accounting standards, my CRA1 has a very diplomatic language, and language which is basically, I would say, that we need to discuss in length, right, with the senior officials or with the professionals, to see that what exactly the cost accounting standard wanted to say, because some of the crux I tried to extract from these standards, right? And I identified that it is a little difficult for me, right? Due to, I'm not able to extract the correct treatment of this interest and financing charges, because I'm not able to understand, do I need to include this in the cost audit or in the average cost statement or not? Because in the profit and loss accounts, you will see the interest and financing charges, right? Or many of the people says that the cost of the working capital only should be included, and many of the people says that all the interest cost is basically should be included. Why all the interest cost should be included? Because generally the company says that it is a cost to the company, and all cost which is basically a charge in the profit and loss account, and any cost which is not in the nature of abnormal, right, or non-recurring in nature, I think this should be included. And interest and financing charges as is a routine of the business, and without this, without the debt and without paying the interest, no organization can run. Therefore, the interest and financing charges should be included in the cost statement. So there is a different opinions, different views of the professionals, of the officials, of the company management, etc., etc. Correct? Just hold on. Then, because I just want to show you one thing, I tried to extract one thing, from the standard, and then I thought that something I will get it from this, and but I did not. Just hold on. I did not get this very accurately. Then I decided that I will share my experience. You might have a different opinion, you might have a different understanding, but what I understand, I want to convey you, because every time I said the costing is not based on the rule that you have to follow a person or a particular rule. It is absolutely an application of mind, and depending on the company to company, and that is industry to industry, right, and understanding. Because जो आपने कहा, हो सकता है कि वो चीज मेरे लिए ठीक नहीं हो और मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग कुछ और कहती हो, तो इस पर्टिकुलर केस में मैं आप लोगों को बाउंड नहीं करूंगा. आई विल नॉट मेक यू बाउंड टू फॉलो माई सेल्फ, राइट? But what my understanding is, what my opinion is, that the only part I will discuss with you. If you want to incorporate this or you want to follow this, is all your choice, right? I tried to extract some theoretical portion, then I realized that some big language, big type of language, is basically provided in these different guidance note or study notes or whatever you say. So any interest and financing charges are cost incurred by an enterprise in connection with the borrowing of fund of other costs, which is effect represent payment for the use of non-equity fund. मैं इसकी हिंदी तो समझ गया, राइट, बट मैं इसको अपनी कॉस्टिंग से लिंक नहीं कर पा रहा था, राइट. तो इस तरह की कुछ कुछ चीजें इसमें दी गई, और ये तो मैंने आपको फिर भी बहुत सिंप्लीफाइड, जैसे आपने देखा होगा कि रेड कलर का मैंने मार्क किया हुआ है. तो दिस इज बेसिकली मैंने इसमें से कुछ एक्सट्रैक्ट करके इसको सिंपल लिखने की कोशिश करी, राइट, कि कौन सा कॉस्ट डाला जा सकता है और कौन सा कॉस्ट नहीं डाला जा सकता है. And generally they are saying that the borrowing cost which is not associated with the fund used for non-equity fund, right? What is the difference between the equity fund and non-equity fund? Basically the sheet is not visible. Is this word copy is not visible, Aditi ma'am? Visible to all. Okay, good. Aditi ma'am, please check your system. Thank you. Yeah. So what happened in my case? So the difference between the equity and non-equity fund, I'm just talking a theoretical way. I'll back to the practical portion, because it is a practical workshop, right? Just have a little bit of theoretical portion. The difference between the equity and non-equity fund, basically the non-equity funds where the the ownership cannot be transferred, right? And the ownership retains with the borrowers. Means if I am asking for some money from you, either you are asking me the ownership or I'm paying you the cost of the interest, right? So if I'm not transferring you the ownership, it is a non-equity fund, means debt. So in case of debt, if I'm paying any type of interest, correct? So these interest and financing charges, which is basically used for the running the business. So what cost should be incorporated in the cost statement? So in the, generally what happened when we are preparing the, I would say, when we are preparing this expense control chart, right? In the expense control chart, what is happening while I am putting or placing the amount of the interest and financing charges from the trial balance, right? So from the trial balance, then what, sir, could you kindly come again on non-equity fund, please? See, it was very theoretical thing, sir. The what is the equity and non-equity? You can also Google it, right, Ganesh sir? So I don't want to go into detail that what was the theoretical meaning of the what mentioned in the cost accounting standards or in the study notes or wherever, right? So my only objective is to tell you what the practicality is for the treatment of this item of cost, right? The non-equity fund is basically the fund, sir, where you doesn't transfer the ownership, right? So that is the only one of the prime difference, I would say. There may be other differences as well. Anyhow, right? So while we are preparing the cost records, we have incorporated, we have extracted the, the interest and financing charges from the trial balance, and then we have said whether should we take this as a non-item of cost or we should consider this in the cost records, right, as a cost. So there is a huge, discussion opinion, because the company official says that it is a cost to the company and they should be included. And I think there's no even I doesn't have any hesitation to say yes, it is a cost to the company. But it is not, we are not a financial accountant, right? So we are not giving the profitability of an organization, so we have to include the entire cost, right? But our specialty is basically a cost and management accountant. So our prime responsibility as per rule 5 of the company's cost records and audit rules 2014 is to calculate the cost of production, sales and margin. Therefore, while I am calculating the cost of production, sales and margin, I need to follow the guidelines procedure that is basically given by the, the company, sorry, guidelines procedure is provided by the institute or the government in the form of CRA1 and the cost accounting standard and the auditing standard also, right? So uh, company says all costs should be included, the auditor says only working capital should be included. So this is a very big words, basically the working capital, and this cost should be included, this cost should not be included, non-working capital fund should be taken as a non-cost item, but the cost which is basically used for a working capital, and I don't know what is working capital, right? So as a layman, we are talking here or we are discussing within the family. So my understanding says, because what my rule says, let us go back to the cost statement, right? Just have a look on this. These are basically our theoretical things. Forget this. This share to this. Suppose, now delete this. The raw material cost is basically, total cost is 100, correct? And the company borrowed the fund and bought the raw material cost, right? Raw material, right? And the cost was 100. For an example, my sheet is visible to all of you, yes or no? This Excel sheet is visible to all of you, right? Okay, perfectly fine. Fine. RMC is 100. The interest cost is basically interest cost I am paying. We have to segregate. See, the costing is going into deeper and deeper, deeper into deeper, right? Because if you see the very first cost accounting standard is classification of cost, right? So classification of cost means you have to classify each element of the cost. So interest total cost is 100. Interest cost out of this 100 is 10. Correct? Yeah, I would say total cost is 10. Total cost TC is basically 110. Correct? The company says कि भाई मेरा तो 110 रुपए यहां पर कंजम्पशन में आप डाल दो चुपचाप से, बिकॉज ये मेरी कॉस्ट है. मैं कहूंगा कि नहीं सर, मैं नहीं डालूंगा आपका. I will not charge rupees 1110 in your cost statement as a material consumption. Forget about how much consumption, how much purchase. Whatever I purchase is total consumption for this example, right? So, but the total consumption was 100, interest cost is 10. The company says, भाई मेरा total consumption 110 का है, cost RMC cost इसको इसमें include कर दो. मैंने कहा मेरा आर्ग्यूमेंट हो गया, बीइंग द ऑडिटर और बीइंग ए कॉस्ट एंड मैनेजमेंट अकाउंटेंट, आई सेड नो, इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट मैं इसमें ऐड नहीं करूंगा. किसने कहा कि नहीं करोगे? बस मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट नहीं ऐड होना चाहिए. नो, दिस इज नॉट द कॉन्सेप्ट. हाउ यू कैन से लाइक दिस? This is my cost, you have to charge to the cost statement. I said wait for a while. Okay, then again what happened? I went to this utility, right? In the case of utility, I bought a generator. Wow, right? जनरेटर, आई बॉट अ जनरेटर, राइट? मैंने लोन में लिया, ठीक है? उसमें कुछ उसका इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट वगैरह या पावर यूटिलिटी का कुछ या फिर मैं ही कहूंगा कि कुछ पावर परचेज की. फॉरगेट अबाउट दिस, उसको हम डेप्रिसिएशन में लेके जाएंगे. पावर परचेज किया, नहीं था पैसा हमारे पास. ओके, सो 100 का 110 का परचेज किया. मैंने जो फंड मांगा संतोष सर से, उन्होंने कहा 10 रुपए इंटरेस्ट देना. मैंने कहा ओके, तो 120 मुझे पावर की कॉस्ट पड़ी. टोटल पावर परचेज आई कंज्यूम्ड. ओके, चलो जी. अब ऐसे ही इन मेनी ऑफ द केसेस दिस इज बेसिकली हैपनिंग एंड कंपनी सेइंग दैट यू हैव टू चार्ज दिस 110 120 in the cost statement. I said, sir, I cannot do this. He said, why you cannot do this? I said, sir, the reason is my cost accounting standard or my CRA1 says that the interest cost will not be included in the RMC. Okay, are you mad? भाई मैं बिजनेस कैसे चलाऊंगा? हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल फॉर मी टू रन द बिजनेस? इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. मैं भाई बिना पैसों के मैं क्या इतना मटेरियल के मुझे भाई बिना बोरो किए नहीं पॉसिबल है, किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए पॉसिबल नहीं. आई सेड यस सर, आई नो इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. I understand your feelings, I understand your emotions and your problem, but my standard and auditing, my CRA1 says that this should not be included. What he will say immediately, he will say कि यार ये आपकी सारी गाइडलाइंस प्रोसीजर सब गलत है, क्या बात करते हो आप? I said, sir, one thing I can do. Okay, what? Sir, any interest cost, right? Any interest cost to produce the product manufactured or any cost incurred, and if you have paid any interest cost out of this item of cost against this item of cost for employee cost, direct expense, consumable cost, repair, any interest cost paid against this, I will not incorporate here. But one good thing I can say, these interest costs I can include in the interest and financing charges. Now you take it as a interest cost of a working capital, or if you say, or if you name it, that this interest cost is basically the interest cost against the operations or against the manufacturing, or whatever name you want to give. As a layman language, or as a layman, what I understand or what I can convey or what is my understanding says that any interest cost paid against the any element of cost that is basically mentioned here. The interest portion of that cost will not be included here, but that portion of interest cost will be included here. Now you give it any name, whatever name you want to give it, right?
मनीष जी वॉइस नहीं आ रही आपकी।
Oh, it was muted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So मैंने काफी बोल दिया लेकिन मैं आप लोग नहीं सुन पाए. I'm sorry for this. So what I'm trying to say कि जितना भी whatever the interest portion of the because the company is in trouble now and they are saying that you have to charge the entire cost 110 120 in the cost statement. I said, sir, I can do only one favor to you as one of the stakeholder of your organization, because I have to follow my the guidelines and the procedure that is basically I'm bound to follow these guidelines, CRA1 and accounting standards. So what my standards and guidelines says, CRA1 says that you have to exclude this interest cost from the total cost of the material. You have to exclude the the cost out of this, the total cost of this. So I said, sir, whatever the cost you are loading, to the product cost, total cost, right? I will segregate the interest cost of this, correct? And this interest cost will not be loaded here, but it will be loaded here only. So what you need to do, whatever the cost you are charging to the particular item of cost of a particular product, right? This, you just eliminate the interest cost, correct? And that interest cost has to be placed here. Why it is so? Because company is saying, यार तुम तो सेम काम कर रहे हो, एक पॉकेट से पैसा निकाल के दूसरे पॉकेट में डाल रहे हो, आना तो लास्ट में मेरा कॉस्ट ऑफ प्राइस वही है ना, सेल प्राइस, तो इसको क्यों हमसे इतना लंबा काम करवा रहे हो? सर ये जरूरी है, because I am a cost and management accountant and I have to follow the company's cost records and audit rules 2014, and the company's cost records audit rule 2014, the rule 5 says we need to we have to prepare the cost records in such a manner that the cost per unit cost of production, sales and margin can be calculated, right? So if I have to prepare the cost of production, cost of the sales and margin, then I need to classify the cost in a right manner, correct? So suppose मैं कहूंगा कि यहां पर चेतन सर एक सेम प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं और मैं भी सेम प्रोडक्ट बना रहा हूं, करेक्ट? चेतन सर के पास सेम फैक्ट्री हमारी अगल बगल में, कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है, करेक्ट? We have a factory in the same place, right? We are manufacturing the same product, correct? But the only thing is चेतन सर के पास पैसा बहुत है, ठीक है, और मेरे पास उतना पैसा नहीं है, correct? So the Chetan sir has a lot of money, they can start their business any point of time, but we both have a good understanding of the product and we both have a business understanding. Therefore we want to start this or manufacturing this product, right? So we have started one factory in the Gurgaon or Manesar, whatever you name called, right? So we have started, we have started manufacturing. As I told you that Chetan sir has a lot of money, but I have a crisis of the money. I cannot, I doesn't have the capacity to start the business or whatever, right? So what I did, so मैंने कहा भाई मेरे पास तो पैसा नहीं है और बिजनेस चलाने पूरा प्रोडक्शन करने के लिए 1000 रुपए चाहिए, जस्ट सपोज 1000 रुपए चाहिए, ठीक है? तो चेतन सर ने कहा यार मेरे पास तो बहुत पैसा है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मैं तो 1000 रुपए अपने से लगा दूंगा, करेक्ट? मैंने कहा भाई मेरे पास तो पैसा नहीं है, मेरे पास तो किसी तरह जुगाड़ करेंगे, 500 रुपए हैं, 500 रुपए तो मुझे पैसा लेना पड़ेगा एंड आई हैव टू पे, और मुझे इसके लिए बैंक से लोन लेना पड़ेगा, करेक्ट? I have to take a loan of rupees 500 to increase my production, to start my business or whatever. I'm just giving an example, right? Don't take it more deeply. So this 500 agar maine liya, if I have taken a loan of rupees 500, then obviously I have to pay an interest, right? अब मैं कुछ इंटरेस्ट पे कर रहा हूं इसका, सपोज 100 रुपीज, करेक्ट? पर चेतन सर को तो कुछ पे नहीं करना पड़ रहा है, राइट? ऑल्दो एक imputed cost नाम की भी चीज होती है, when you are using your own equity, you are using your own fund, then there is a cost of imputed cost, right? Imputed cost and hidden cost, which आप चाहते तो इसका इंटरेस्ट कमा सकते थे चेतन सर, लेकिन वो उन्होंने पैसा लगा दिया। नाउ अब वो भी तो एक कॉस्ट है उनके लिए, लेकिन वो imputed cost है, that imputed cost cannot be considered in the costing, right? Now I doesn't have the money, right? But the Chetan sir has a money. He doesn't need to pay any amount of interest. I have to pay an amount of interest, 100. Definitely हम जब मैन्युफैक्चर करेंगे, सपोज ऑल द फैक्टर्स आर कांस्टेंट, हमारे वेंडर सप्लायर सब सेम है। फॉर अ मीन वाइल हमने इकोनॉमिक्स में पढ़ा था ना कि जिस अदर फैक्टर्स रिमेन सेम, तो आप मान लीजिए कि वट एवर द बिजनेस वी आर डूइंग, we have all the factors or the are same, right? We are doing everything same, but the only difference is he has the money, I doesn't have, and for this I have to pay a rupees 100, correct? अब जब मैं 100 पे करूंगा तो मेरा तो कॉस्ट है, दिस इज अ कॉस्ट टू मी, and if I am paying this cost 100 rupees, then obviously I will charge this cost 100 to my product. I will load to my product, and definitely my cost of the product will increase by rupees 100, correct? अगर ये मेरा 100 कॉस्ट बढ़ गया है, right? If the cost is increased by rupees 100 or whatever amount you say, then the competitive edge, Chetan sir will get a competitive edge over here. अब मेरे लिए यहां पर डिफिकल्ट हो गई ये चीजें. So you have to understand that we need to, the cost of manufacturing would be the same. This is not a costing problem. This is not a technical problem that I doesn't have money. This is a finance problem. It is a financial problem. It is not a costing problem. Obviously, this costing will charge to the cost of the product. But manufacturing a product, this should not have any impact on the cost of the manufacturing. Correct? Therefore, it has been decided that the entire interest cost paid against any element of cost, right? If it is not abnormal, non-recurring or equity funding, right? Or any interest paid, you would say, I will not go into further examples. Any interest cost paid against these item of cost, right, cannot be included here and there. You can only place this interest cost here so that we can compare the cost of production, because the cost of production should be same, right? We cannot compare the cost of production, but yes, cost of sale price would be different, and this can be managed. This can be further managed by the company in their in their further business or in the next year and onwards. अब यहीं से तो पता चलेगा कि मुझे अपने कॉम्पिटिटर से कहां आगे बढ़ना है और कहां नहीं बढ़ना है. अगर मैं पहले ही यहाँ इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट ऐड कर दूंगा तो मुझे ये पता लगेगा यार मेरी तो फाइनेंसिंग प्रॉब्लम है, मैं क्या करूं, मैं उससे कभी आगे जा ही नहीं सकता. No, if there is any difference in the manufacturing cost, I request all of you to please mute your microphone. I request, if there is any variation in the manufacturing cost, suppose the Chetan sir is manufacturing in the 10, and I am manufacturing this into 8. Now I can say I am efficient here. Even the Chetan sir has a lot of money, they have used their own equity fund, but still the manufacturing cost is my 8 and his 10. I am more efficient than him, right? And further, the administrative selling cost is basically 2. Here is the 2. Suppose the interest cost is basically 0, and here the interest cost is basically I am charging 3 because I doesn't have money. See what is happening. The total cost is basically this. Sorry. Right? आज भी चेतन सर को मेरे से ₹1 का कॉम्पिटिटिव एज है, but we have to understand operationally I am efficient. Now what I have to look into this, the Chetan sir has to look operationally, I have to look financially. So how I can manage my fund, that is now my job. Therefore, the entire interest cost, you doesn't need to understand a lot of the concept and debate. Just identify that what are the costs you have loaded to the cost of the product, the entire cost, right, in the average cost statement. And any interest cost paid against these costs, forget about any other interest cost. Any interest cost paid against these element of cost will be differentiated, segregated, and will be incorporated here in the interest and finance cost, right? The concept I already told you that it is a mandatory requirement to segregate the interest cost further, to compare the manufacturing cost, that how company is operationally efficient, because it is not a costing matter, it is a financial matter, right? Getting my point or not? Yes or no? I request all of you to please respond. अगर किसी का नो भी है तो you can write no. I can repeat because I'm going to conclude this B2. Okay. Okay. Most of the members are saying yes, that's good. So you understand why I'm segregating this interest cost and putting this into the post cost of production and to the sales. अब लोग कह रहे हैं कि यार ultimately सेल प्राइस तो उतना ही रहेगा ना, मतलब इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट ऊपर ऐड करो नीचे ऐड करो, बहुत बड़ी बात है भाई. कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन और कॉस्ट ऑफ सेल्स, इसी को तो हमें मेनली सेग्रीगेट करना है. व्हाट इज द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट एंड व्हाट इज द सेल प्राइस ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट. This is what a cost accountant has to place before the management, कि हमें ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव खर्चे, जो अनअवॉइडेबल खर्च, जो अवॉइडेबल खर्चे हैं, उनको हम करें अवॉइड. एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव खर्चा, अभी तक मैंने मार्केटिंग के लिए बहुत बड़े बड़े गिफ्ट देता था, कम कर देते हैं. बहुत हाई लेवल की पैकिंग करते थे, उसको कम कर देते हैं, राइट? बट द स्कोप ऑफ रिड्यूसिंग कॉस्ट till the cost of production is very less, because if you start cutting the cost, it will reduce the quality of the product. Therefore, you have to be very conscious and concerned while cutting cost in the during this manufacturing or the cost of production, correct? So that is the reason we have to see that specifically only operational efficiency you can increase and decrease to to increase your profitability of the product, correct? बिकॉज आप मार्केट रिजेक्शन, स्क्रैप, मटेरियल कंजम्पशन, ये सब चीजों पे आप फोकस कर सकते हैं. बट ये ऐसी कॉस्ट है जहां पर आप इसको अवॉइड नहीं कर सकते. कटिंग कॉस्ट डजंट मीन कटिंग क्वालिटी इन कस्टमर, राइट? Okay, so this was all about the B2. Let us will conclude this in next 15 to 20 or maximum in half an hour, right? Nothing much left. And in the next session, we'll discuss on the D3 and D4, how to prepare this D3, D4, capital employed, net worth, etc., etc. Right? Thank you, Nirupama ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words. Okay. Just let me close this. Let us go to the, let me open the reconciliation statement. I think you all are already known to this reconciliation statement. There is not much to discuss here, because once you are good in the B2, then I think there's no much discussion required in the reconciliation statement. But at least, because we are here to discuss on all the annexures, so let us discuss at least which are related to the costing, because many of our colleagues I have seen, यार रिको टैली नहीं हो रहा, यार रिको टैली नहीं हो रहा, सब हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया, रिको टैली नहीं हो रहा है. So रिको टैली करना भी is very important part, I think, right? So anyhow, this is the reconciliation is basically prepared. I can only tell you that what are the how to extract the information or the data or the figures, I would say, from other annexures, right? Just hold on. Just hold on. Huh? Let me have a sip of water. I st- I start receiving messages. Kindly share the Excel copy. So I request all of you. Definitely, I will share, but just have a patience. Listen the session very carefully, right? So this is basically, now I can share to all of you this window reconciliation. This correct. See, this is basically one of the annexure of the cost audit report. Basically, it is an annexure D2, right? And there's not much to discuss, but there is two things: the profit and loss as per cost accounts for the audited products and for the unaudited products. I request all of you, don't leave the session. At least in the next half an hour, we will conclude, because some of the good information we will share, like management representation, MRL, vagera, etc., which is important because you are signing the cost audit report. At least you should have some document to, on your defense, right? So only my humble submission to all of you to stay with us till the last. Okay. So this for the audit.
मनीष जी,
हाँ सर.
सॉरी मैं आपको बीच में डिस्टर्ब कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को एक्चुअली निकलना है
फाइन
कहीं
सर,
पे.
फाइन फाइन
तो
सर.
मैं निकलने से पहले ये सोच रहा हूँ कि एक दो क्वेश्चन ना मैं सबके में थ्रो करना चाह रहा हूँ,
हाँ,
ताकि हम जब भी फिजिकल मीट हमारा होगा ना,
राइट
तो
सर.
उसमें हम उस पर डिस्कस करेंगे.
ठीक
जो
है.
इंटरेस्ट वाले पे ही मैं एक दो क्वेश्चन सबके लिए थ्रो करना चाह रहा हूँ, ताकि कुछ लोग होमवर्क भी करें उस पे.
राइट सर.
तो एक क्वेश्चन तो ये है कि एक कंपनी ने ऑलरेडी कन्वर्टेबल डिबेंचर इशू करे हुए हैं, और कन्वर्टेबल डिबेंचर पे वो इंटरेस्ट दे रहा है 8% का.
राइट सर.
ठीक है, तो वो जो 8% की जो इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट है, क्या मैं कॉस्ट शीट में कहाँ पे लूंगा, एक हम उस पर डिस्कस करेंगे जब भी हम
राइट.
फिजिकल मीट करेंगे.
करेक्ट सर.
दूसरा क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि अगर हमारा बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री है, बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री में जो मैं लोन लेता हूँ, जो बैंक लोन लेता है, उस पे जो इंटरेस्ट रेट आएगा, जो उस पे जो इंटरेस्ट मैं पे करूंगा, आरबीआई से मैंने अगर लिया हुआ है या दूसरे बैंकों से मैं आपस में इंटरचेंज करता हूँ फंड को, उस पे जो इंटरेस्ट रेट आएगा, अगर मैं बैंकिंग की कॉस्ट शीट बनाता हूँ तो वो इंटरेस्ट रेट कहाँ पे आएगा. तीसरा मेरा ये है कि अगर मैं कोई बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट लगा रहा हूँ और उसमें मेरा प्लांट एंड मशीनरी पे अगर मैंने बहुत सारा लोन लिया हुआ है, तो उसकी जो इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट है वो मेरी कहाँ पे आएगी.
करेक्ट.
और चौथा तो आपने डिस्कस किया है वर्किंग कैपिटल वाला. वो
करेक्ट.
हमारा उसमें भी बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट हैं वर्किंग कैपिटल पे. तो वो वर्किंग कैपिटल डिफरेंट डिफरेंट टाइप की हो सकती है. मैं फॉरेन फंड लेने के लिए भी वर्किंग कैपिटल ले सकता हूँ, या मैं परचेज करने के लिए भी ले सकता हूँ, या मैं डेटर के लिए भी फंड को ले
करेक्ट.
सकता हूँ. तो उनकी जो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट इंटरेस्ट कॉस्ट है वो कहाँ पे आएगी कॉस्ट
करेक्ट.
शीट में. इन पे हम लोग जब फिजिकली मीट करेंगे, जो ग्रैंड आपने एक प्रोग्राम प्लान किया हुआ है,
राइट
वो
सर.
लास्ट में उस वाले पे हम इस इंटरेस्ट वाले पॉइंट पे और डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे. और
एब्सोल्युटली सर.
थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू. मैं
थैंक यू सर.
थोड़ा लीव करना चाहूँगा.
एब्सोल्युटली
सॉरी
सर. एब्सोल्युटली नो इशू
सॉरी
सर.
है.
So basically, these questions were raised by the Santosh sir is basically to all the participants, right? So you all can think over these 4 questions, and you can further give your opinion that what should be the treatment of in such cases for the interest cost, right? So you can think over it, and we will discuss once we'll because sir has discussed on the banking industry and many other things, right? So we were discussing on the general manufacturing industry, but it was very relevant questions, and being the cost accountant we should know all these things, but here you need to use your application of mind. So it would be better if you give your opinion on this, so that we can discuss in detail in the session, as Santosh sir already said, in the physical session, right? So let us continue. Okay, right? Okay, so let us go to this reconciliation statement. See, for the audited products, suppose a company is manufacturing a product A, B, C, and D. Correct? A is covered, yes, yes, no, and no. करेक्ट? अब आप लोग सीधा कह रहे होंगे हाँ ऊपर यस यस आएगा, नीचे नो नो आएगा। करेक्ट? आपका दिमाग तुरंत भाग रहा होगा। थोड़ा सा हम वेट करते हैं इस पे डिस्कस। आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि जो ये यस वाले हैं ना, हम बनाएंगे तो कॉस्ट शीट चारों की, लेकिन जो कॉस्ट ऑडिट रिपोर्ट होगा, जो B2 बनेगा ना, ये इन दोनों का ही बनेगा बस, राइट? तो जो यहां पर प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस आएगा ना, वो सिर्फ इसका आएगा। आपको मैं बता दूं, एक कॉस्ट शीट ये बनती है, डिटेल्स एनेक्चर, राइट? ये मैंने आपसे डिस्कस नहीं किया बिकॉज इसको ज्यादा डिस्कस करने की ऐसा जरूरत मैं फील नहीं करता। मान लो ये प्रोडक्ट है, डंपर इंडस्ट्रियल फैन, ये मैंने कहां से लिया? सेल्स, कॉस्ट ऑफ सेल्स, मार्जिन, ये वही है जो मैंने B2 ऑलरेडी बना दिया है। ये जो मैंने B2 ऑलरेडी बना दिया ना, कॉस्ट ऑफ सेल्स, राइट, मार्जिन सेल्स, ये मार्जिन, ये उसकी एक समरी है बस, राइट? तो आप जब रिकंसिलिएशन बनाएंगे तो जो पहला कॉलम है ए फॉर द ऑडिटेड प्रोडक्ट्स, ये टोटल आएगा, ये टोटल आएगा D1 का, ये करेक्ट? अभी मेरी फिगर्स में मत जाना, ये सब फिगर्स डमी है सर, ठीक है? गॉट इट? यस और नो? राइट? यस और नो? यस और नो? यस और नो? यस और नो? राइट? आपकी तरफ से रिस्पॉन्स आएगा ना, वो मुझे भी थोड़ा सा मोटिवेट करेगा, और कुछ नहीं है, राइट? दैट्स गुड। आई वांट यस फ्रॉम ऑल ऑफ यू, दैट्स गुड, राइट? ओके, चलो नेक्स्ट मूव। अब ये जो यहां पे है ना, ये यहां पे पता है क्या क्या आता है? ये वाला जो सेकंड कॉलम है ऊपर, तो आप ये समझ लीजिए खाली ये यस वाला, ये जो D1 वाला था ना, यही आएगा जो कॉस्ट शीट रिपोर्ट की है, राइट? बट यहां पर पता है क्या आएगा? यहां पर इसमें आएगा आपका, ये 2 प्रोडक्ट तो आएंगे ही आएंगे। अगर कंपनी किसी सर्विस में है और वो कवर्ड नहीं है, वो भी आ जाएगी, राइट? और अगर कंपनी ट्रेडिंग कर रही है, वो तो वैसे ही कवर्ड नहीं है, तो वो भी आ जाएगा, ठीक है? आप समझ रहे मेरी बात को? अब अदर ऑपरेटिंग इनकम है, अदर ऑपरेटिंग इनकम है बहुत सारी, कई चीजों से, मैं उस पर फर्दर डिस्कस नहीं करूंगा because you all are very learned. I don't think I need to discuss on the other operating revenue, right? Which other operating revenue? Revenue which is not from the realization or sale of the product, right? So sale of the product and services, correct? So other operating income are those income, correct? उसका ऑपरेटिंग रेवेन्यू तो है, लेकिन उसका आप उसको उससे कंसीडर नहीं कर सकते हैं, जो कि प्रोडक्ट को बेच के या प्रोडक्ट सर्विसेज को बेच के आपको मिली है, करेक्ट? तो अब ये तो ऑपरेटिंग में आ गया। इस ऑपरेटिंग में ये दोनों तो मैंने बता दिया, ये जो प्रोडक्ट रिपोर्ट किए उसमें आ गया। जो प्रोडक्ट रिपोर्ट नहीं किए हैं उसका, प्लस कोई सर्विस है कंपनी दे रही है उससे रेवेन्यू आया है वो, प्लस कोई ट्रेडिंग कंपनी कोई ट्रेडिंग कर रही है वो, अदर ऑपरेटिंग इनकम, एनी इनकम अदर देन दी ऑपरेटिंग इनकम, मान लो किसी भी वजह से अगर वो आ रहा है आपका, तो दैट पोर्शन विल आल्सो बी एडेड टू दिस, sorry, this, getting my point? तो सीधा सीधा ऑपरेटिंग रेवेन्यू, क्योंकि अगर आपने यहां पर ऑपरेटिंग रेवेन्यू ऐड नहीं किया, खाली प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विस का रेवेन्यू ऐड किया, आपका रिको टैली नहीं होगा, करेक्ट? तो ये क्या हो गया? अनऑडिटेड प्रोडक्ट हो गए। यस और नो? गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? यस और नो? वेरी गुड। ओके, चलो जी। ये इनकम नॉट कंसीडर्ड इन कॉस्ट अकाउंट्स। बॉस यहां पर वही इनकम आएगी, ठीक है, जो कि अदर इनकम है आपकी, राइट? क्योंकि जो कि आपकी प्रोडक्ट से इनकम थी, चाहे वो ऑडिटेड था या नॉन ऑडिटेड था, उसका तो हमने मार्जिन ले लिया ना, यहां पर मार्जिन ले लिया ऑडिटेड में, करेक्ट? इन वाले प्रोडक्ट्स का जो कि नॉट कवर्ड था वो हमने यहां ले लिया। फिर हमने कोई ट्रेडिंग और सर्विस दे रहे थे, उसकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी बनाई, उसका मार्जिन यहां पर ले लिया। और फिर सीधा सीधा जो अदर ऑपरेटिंग रेवेन्यू था, राइट, ये वाला पोर्शन भी मैंने सीधा सीधा यहां पर उठा लिया इस वाले केस में। अब मेरी यहां पर जो इनकम रह जाएगी वो जनरली मेरी अदर इनकम ही होती है। आप अगर अपने प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट या फाइनेंशियल में देखोगे, ठीक है, तो ये बेसिकली उसमें आएगी। इट इज टोटल मार्जिन माइनस ऑडिटेड प्रोडक्ट मार्जिन। नहीं सर, ऐसा नहीं है। ये अदर इनकम इज नॉट लाइक दिस। आप इसको उतना ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेट हमें करने की जरूरत नहीं है। इसको सिंपल ये देखना है कि अदर इनकम, मेरी ऑपरेटिंग एंड अदर ऑपरेटिंग को सब हटा दो, ओनली अदर इनकम विल बी देयर। एनी इनकम लेफ्ट, टोटल इनकम इज बेसिकली ऑपरेटिंग इनकम प्लस अदर ऑपरेटिंग इनकम प्लस आपकी अदर इनकम, right? So operating income and other operating you have already considered in the para 1, this, right, this. So what is left out with you? The only thing is left, the other income, correct? Generally it happens, correct? ये हो गया जी। चलो आइए अब एक्सपेंसेस नॉट कंसीडर्ड इन कॉस्ट अकाउंट। बॉस वो सारे एक्सपेंस जो एबनॉर्मल नॉन रिकरिंग नेचर के होते हैं। अब आप कहेंगे मुझसे कि आपने इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंस ऑन लीज क्यों डाला, ये क्यों डाला? ये सब फिगर्स डमी है। मैं आपको जस्ट ये बता रहा हूं कि वो सारे फिगर्स, वो सारे एलिमेंट ऑफ कॉस्ट जो आपने, जो आपके लिए नॉन रिकरिंग और एबनॉर्मल नेचर के हैं आपके उसमें, ठीक है, वो यहां पर आ जाएंगे, करेक्ट? जो आपने कॉस्टिंग में, जो आपने यहां पर B2 में, कहां गया B2, B2, ये रहा, सॉरी, ये जितना कॉस्ट है ना, जो कॉस्ट आपने यहां पर नहीं लोड किया, वो कॉस्ट आपका आपने नॉन कॉस्ट में लिया और यहां आ जाएगा। आपने वो बनाया होगा ना एक्सपेंस कंट्रोल चार्ट, मैंने सिखाया था, बताया था। सॉरी, हाँ मैं कई बार वर्ड सिखाया, वर्ड यूज किया, आई एम सॉरी फॉर दिस, आई एम टेकिंग माय वर्ड्स बैक। मैंने जो डिस्कशन किया था आप लोगों से in case of this expense control chart, in the expense control chart we identify the expenses we are considering in cost, expenses which we are not considering in cost, right? So expenses those which are we are considering in cost, then we further allocate this into the employee cost, power cost, utility cost, royalty cost, etc., production overhead, admin overhead, etc. But non cost we doesn't further segregate because we are not considering or not charging into the cost sheet, correct? So these are the cost. Difference in valuation of stock between financial and cost accounts, देखिए opening as per financial 100, opening as per cost। या तो आप, अगर आपने पिछली बार इन्वेंट्री की कॉस्टिंग की थी तो आप वो वाली कॉस्टिंग लेंगे जो आपने पिछली बार कॉस्टिंग की थी, आप सेम नहीं लेंगे ओपनिंग एज पर फाइनेंशियल। अगर आपने पिछली बार कॉस्टिंग नहीं की थी तो ये आपकी मजबूरी है। नाउ इट इज अ कंपल्सन फॉर यू टू कंसीडर द ओपनिंग बैलेंस एज पर फाइनेंशियल आर सेम एज पर कॉस्ट रिकॉर्ड्स, करेक्ट? बिकॉज यू डजंट हैव वर्किंग ऑफ द प्रीवियस ईयर of the inventory, correct? So suppose here you have not worked out on the last previous year, suppose, or even if you have worked out, it is same, right? If it is not same, then you can do this like whatever. Now closing closing as per financial, right? 200 closing as per cost, right? ये आ गया मान लो 180 और वट एवर, ठीक है। तो अब आपने ये जो डिफरेंसेस आए हैं ना, ये जो डिफरेंसेस आए हैं एज पर फाइनेंशियल, इंक्रीज एंड डिक्रीज एज पर फाइनेंशियल ओपनिंग माइनस क्लोजिंग, और एज पर कॉस्ट ओपनिंग माइनस क्लोजिंग, राइट। तो ये जो डिफरेंस आपका होगा ये आपका -40, दैट विल बी, और ये क्लोजिंग एज पर 180 कैसे आया? क्लोजिंग एज पर 180 ऐसे आया कि आपने पहले कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन निकाला, राइट, वो कॉस्ट सेंटर्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके और वो सारी चीजें आपने करी जो हमने अभी तक देखी थी, राइट। और उसके बाद मेरी कॉस्ट आई है, उसकी पर यूनिट कॉस्ट आई, जो मेरी इन्वेंट्री बची उससे मल्टीप्लाई किया, जो मेरी कॉस्ट आ रही है वो ये आ रही है, राइट। और एज पर फाइनेंशियल ये आ रही है। अब वो कहेगा कि भाई डिफरेंस कैसे आ गया? कि भाई सिंपल सी बात है, हो सकता है कि कुछ चीज आपने एनआरवी में ली हो, कुछ चीज नहीं ली हो, हमने कुछ चीजें, हमने तो सिंपली कॉस्ट में ली हुई। फिगर्स पे मत जाना अभी, खाली डमी फिगर्स है, राइट। तो आप इसको ऐसे डाल सकते हो यहाँ पर, करेक्ट। आ गई कहानी समझ में? ओके, यस और नो, से यस और नो, यस और नो, यस और नो। ओके, परफेक्टली फाइन। नाउ कम टू द अदर एडजस्टमेंट, ठीक है। अदर एडजस्टमेंट मैंने आप लोगों को बताया, यस इफ डिफरेंस इज मेजर देन सर व्हाट वी हैव टू इवैल्यूएट। सर डिफरेंस इज, इफ द डिफरेंस इज मेजर then what I can say you, because either your costing is correct, or either the financial records are correct. I'm not here to say that the cost records are wrong or the financial records are wrong, right? But there is some deviation that we have to check, right? So other adjustment मैंने बताया था कि and some of the volume of the product which are not fit for use or damaged, right? The cost of such product is, अब तो खराब हो गया ना, वो तो चलो मैंने आपको एग्जांपल बताया था रिसाइकल का जो मेरे कंपनी में हुआ, right? But in sometimes the material cost is not able to recycle, correct? If the material is not able to recycle, my entire product is basically an scrap, ठीक है। अब जब मेरा वो किसी यूज का नहीं रहा तो उसकी जो मेरी कॉस्ट थी, जो मैंने आपको यहाँ पर निकाल के दिखाई थी, बेसिकली दिस टोटल अदर कॉस्ट बताया था ना आपको कि यहाँ पर मेरा इफ एनी प्रोडक्ट लॉस्ट और डैमेज एंड नॉट फिट फॉर यूज, देन उसका कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन से उसकी कॉस्ट को मल्टीप्लाई करो, एंड देन दिस, वो सारा कॉस्ट मेरा यहां पर आएगा अदर एडजस्टमेंट में। देखिए, आप किसी कंपनी को अगर वैल्यू एडिशन देना चाहते हैं ना, तो आई एम टेलिंग यू, आप वैल्यू एडिशन इसी बेस पे दे सकते हैं कि आप उसका स्क्रैप को एनालिसिस करिए, आप उसका रिजेक्शन एनालिसिस करिए, कस्टमर रिजेक्शन एनालिसिस करिए, और आप ऐसा भी कर सकते हैं कि आप प्रीवियस ईयर और करंट ईयर एक्सपेंसेस को एक बार चेक कर सकते हैं, राइट। आपकी जो इन्वेंट्री है, राइट, उसकी फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन रिपोर्ट से मैपिंग करवाइए, क्या मेरा प्रोडक्ट कितना था, कितना बना, कितना खराब हुआ, उस पर कितना कॉस्ट लगा। These are the key areas where we can, we can analysis and evaluate, and then we can place before the company कि you need to work out on this particular key areas. Otherwise आप कहो कि 20 दिन के अंदर जाके आप वैल्यू एडिशन दे दो, that is not possible at all, right? एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल बताता हूं, व्हाट हैपन इन वन ऑफ माय कंपनी, हाउ आई फाइंड आउट दी सम इरेगुलरिटीज आर हैपनिंग। एक कंपनी थी जो एस्ट्रोलॉजी में बहुत मतलब एस्ट्रोलॉजी में बहुत बड़ा उनका काम था, राइट। सो वो क्या करते थे कि व्हाट दे आर डूइंग बेसिकली कि दे आर आस्किंग द डेट ऑफ बर्थ एंड एक्सेट्रा फ्रॉम द कस्टमर्स, people are calling to the customers from the customer care and asking for the date of birth. They are preparing a report, right, for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years production or whatever is happening with the individuals, and they are preparing it and selling to the ultimate customer. I'm just telling you one of my very small story that I really liked it, right? And because this type of working, only we, the cost and management accountant, those who are playing with the figures, can analysis. I told you now that we need to monitor the previous and in current year expenses or etc etc. We can identify the key areas where we need to work out. So what happened, वो एक एस्ट्रोलॉजर काफी बड़े थे, वो लोगों के लिए प्रेडिक्शन रिपोर्ट और उनकी करंट रिपोर्ट वगैरह तैयार करते थे, एंड दे वर सेलिंग दिस to the customer, on 3500 or 4000 per book, right? So मैंने ना और जो उसके ऑनर थे बेसिकली, उन्होंने मुझे किसी के थ्रू ही कॉन्टैक्ट मी एंड ही सेड कि मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कुछ पंगा है घर पे मेरे इसमें कंपनी में, राइट? तो अगर आप कुछ आइडेंटिफाई करो तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, मैं लेट मी चेक. सो व्हाट वी डिड, हमने पिछले 6 महीने क्या ना उनका ये डाटा मंगाया कि कितने लोगों ने अपनी रिपोर्ट बनाने के लिए हाँ करी, राइट? जस्ट सी एन एग्जांपल. हाँ, तो हमने अगर मान लो कि उन्होंने 100 लोगों को बोला, 100 लोगों को कॉल किया, उसमें से 50 लोगों ने कहा कि आप मेरी रिपोर्ट बना दीजिए, और वो दो तरीके से पेमेंट करते थे. एक तो या तो कस्टमर कैश ऑन डिलीवरी करवाता था सीओडी पे, either the customer is taking this book through the COD, cash on delivery, or he or she is paying an advance through the account, in the account of the company, right? So I asked online payment, we can say. So what I asked to the company, give me the online payment of the last 6 months and the COD order of the 6 months. What I have seen that in the case of the COD, right, almost every month, there is a मतलब 50 से 40% के आसपास रिजेक्शन हो रहा था. 40 से 50, मतलब मैं बुक लेके वहां जाता हूं और रिजेक्ट हो जाती है वहां पर, मतलब कस्टमर लेने से मना कर रहा है. बट इन केस ऑफ ऑनलाइन पेमेंट, ठीक है, वहां पर रिजेक्शन का परसेंटेज मतलब ना के बराबर है, बिकॉज ही ऑलरेडी मेड द पेमेंट, करेक्ट, ही हैज नो अदर चॉइस. बट मैंने ये देखा, व्हाट आई हैव सीन, दैट देयर इज अ रिजेक्शन फ्रॉम द कस्टमर almost 50%, 40%, in between 40 to 50% every month in the case of COD. And when I have gone through with the entire system, I have seen कि अंदर के लोग आपस में इस तरह से मिले हुए थे कि वो लोग कस्टमर को कॉल करके बोल देते थे कि आप इस 3000 की कॉपी, 3500 रुपए की कॉपी को, द कॉपी विच इज बेसिकली ऑफ 3500, वी कैन गिव यू अ सॉफ्ट कॉपी, right? Once my person will reach to you, you can reject the order, and you can give me a personally rupees 2000, and I will give you a soft copy. You can take a printout in 200 and 300. It will cost to you at 2200, 23, maximum 2500, right? But the actual cost was 3500 or 4000. Means the customer was happy. And now here what happened, the person who was involved in this process, he was also happy because he is getting from the back of the stage 2000 rupees, and he is giving the soft copy to the customer. So we, the cost and management accountant, knows how to understand the figures, because we are working on the technical figures. We can identify such areas where the such things are taking place or happening, right? This is that is the reason every time I'm saying यार कस्टमर रिजेक्शन भी जरूर देखना है. खाली रिजेक्शन नहीं, स्क्रैप नहीं देखना है हमें. जो मटेरियल कंजम्पशन से आपका इनपुट आउटपुट रेशियो है वो तो देखना ही देखना है फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ वैल्यू एडिशन. बट वंस द प्रोडक्ट इज मैन्युफैक्चर्ड, ड्यूरिंग द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लाइन, after the manufactured in the stored, right? And third thing, and after the customer rejection. So these things, even in the cost audit, while we are going for the cost audit, we have to look into it, right? Yes sir, it is a type of forensic audit, but it was not a cost audit. I'm just sharing my example because it is also linked to the my cost audit, because while we are going into the manufacturing organization, I have seen that in some of the company there is a huge customer rejection and line rejection, right? So that is one of the part that we have to look, correct? Anyways, So this was the total the reconciliation statement. Ultimately, this your profit will map with your financial profit, correct? And this profit should be matched with your financial anyhow, correct? So then your reconciliation is mapped and your working is absolutely correct, right? This reconciliation is over here. Now a very small annexure is there, 2A, 2B, 2C, correct? 2A is basically a detail of the raw material consumption. I'm telling you that in the raw material consumption, these total figure should be matched with the figure of the material consumption shown in the 2B here. ये वाला, इससे ये फिगर मेरा रॉ मटेरियल कंजम्पशन मैच होना चाहिए. दे शुड बी मैच विद द 2B फिगर plus the quantity is mandatory in the 2A 2B 2C, right? So or in case you have, because as per the guidelines or in the XBRL software, you can only and only post only to the extent of 10 materials, 10 types of material, 1 2 3 4 5. So what you can see, you can a major 9 materials you can place here, and rest of all the materials you can give this into the others, right? So only maximum to a 10 line items you can insert here, and first 9 is the major raw materials, and the rest of all the materials will be taken under the other material cost, right? In the same line, this utility cost must be mapped with your utility cost of this 2B anyhow, and this has to be given this, the quantity, how much fuel is there, liter, right? The gas, type of gas is there, right? And maximum of 10 type of utilities you can post here. And if even you have a more than 10, I think that is not possible in the case of this utilities, 4 5 6 max, 4 5 maximum. But this is basically actually happened in the raw material case only. So but still I'm telling you that if it is beyond the 9, then all other utilities will be taken care, will be clubbed under this others, right? Details of industry specific, any such type of expense which is basically incurred specific on the on such industries only, like in the telecom there is the license fees to the try, and many other, that is based on the industry to industry. Only such type of expenses is basically posted here. It is generally not happened in the manufacturing company, because there is no specific industry expense, right? All are having the almost same type of expenses, right? So but generally I have seen in the service industry there is a specific type of industry, infrastructure construction industry, there is a specific type of expenses that you can post here, which is not common in other industries, right? So this is basically now the reconciliation statement, and all the annexures is done from my side. Only D3 and D4 is left. In the next 5 minutes I'm showing you the management representation letter, right? Just it is a totally theoretical, it is for your defense, because you are signing the cost audit report and you must have this in your include this in your cost audit, right? You will not get this type of the things or information in any other way. But I want you, all of you, because many of you are already getting this managed MRL from the companies, right? But for my young practitioners or the people who doesn't know about this, I just want to share, and you can go through with it. And yes, I will also share this MRL with all of you. Don't worry about this, right? Because the objective is to strengthen our knowledge, because I'm also strengthening my knowledge here with all of you. Thank you. Just hold on. You can go through with this MRL, because it is completely a theoretical portion. I would not love to discuss in detail about this. This is the management representation letter on the letterhead of the company, right? Management representation letter dated this to किसको दे रहे हैं वो MM Associates, the cost auditor. They are providing this to the cost auditor, right? This representation is provided in connection with your audit of cost accounting records of XYZ Limited on this, right? Include the compliance with CRA 1, correct? And there's this. See, इसमें आपको मैं एक लेमैन लैंग्वेज में अगर बताऊं तो आपको जहां कहीं डाउट हो ना और कंपनी कह रही है कि नहीं दिस नीड टू बी इनकॉर्पोरेट इन द रिपोर्ट, आप उनसे एमआरएल में डलवा दीजिए, करेक्ट? लाइक जैसे मैं बताता हूं आपको द एलोकेशन, द बेसिस ऑफ एलोकेशन अपॉर्शनमेंट, राइट? ये आ गया. Installed capacity, I already told you there is a huge debate with the management, the capacity, available capacity, and you doesn't have any paper to vouch, right? Because in the case of excise, there was ER7, I believe, to check the installed capacity of the machinery. But here, but today no such technical document is readily available, and the engineers of the company are not providing to the auditor. Therefore, you can incorporate this into your MRL. The installed capacity of CETA, this is this, right? This is the wastage, right? There is no change in the manufacturing process from the previous year, correct? No item of fixed asset has been 100% appreciated, right? These are the abnormal non-recurring item of expenses, right? ये आप you can take this into MRL that these are the expenses. Anil sir, yes, I will share with you. Don't worry. I'm just going through with it. I will share with all of you. Don't worry. And these are the things, right? Budgetary control. There is a budgetary control system in the. Otherwise, you have to qualify the report if the budgetary control system is not there in the company. So therefore, you have to incorporate in your MRL because you have nothing to check. So you can incorporate in the MRL. These one of the line item in the CRA3 that the internal audit is happening. So you have to incorporate this. The company has assured that they are conducting the internal audit of the cost records, right? All the unaudited products, the products, those who are not covered in the cost accounting records, right? You can further incorporate these sales margin that these are the products has been, these are the margin of the products which are not in the audit, correct? And these are the losses product or whatever related to the related party transaction, right? Related to the GST, that all the GST dues are paid. You have to further ask for the assurance from the company that no legal dispute is within the company from any department, whether the service tax, profit, PF, excise, custom, or whatever, right? If there is any dispute or cases pending, you can further mention in the MRL that these are the cases or what are the stages of this, correct? These are the allocation, these are the administrative overhead, or whatever you want to incorporate, right? These are the inventory valuation, these are the quantity. You can go through, and you can further incorporate more in this MRL. This is not that you have to be limited and restricted to this MRL. You can go through, you can also add whatever you want, or you can also remove any of the line item as per your convenience and you feel that it is fit for you, right? So it was all about today's session, right? I hope that you all have liked it, right? मैं इसको presume कर रहा हूँ, right? And I'm sure whatever the queries is raised, definitely will make it and will resolve all the queries. And these were the things. In the next session, next will be the last session, I'm telling you, right? Next session we will discuss about because I understand. See, the entire cost audit, it is difficult for me to tell you each and everything, but I tried my best. whatever the major things are happening in the, the companies, or whatever you people are facing, at least I can convey all of you, right? So my only thing is, I just wanted to say कि next session जरूर attend कीजिएगा. उसमें हम we will see that how D3 and D4 can be prepared, right? I think Jeevan sir is there. Jeevan sir, you want to say something? The treasurer of the NIRC. Jeevan sir, are you available? I think is not audible. I don't know. Anyways, so please unmute. Okay, please just. I don't know. Actually, the system is not in my hand. The system is basically. Okay. Thank you all of you for your kind, the kind words, or for your appreciation. Unmute. I think, sir, I'm not able to unmute you. Thank you, everyone, for the kind words. And I request all of you to join in the next session. And everyone should join because the next would be the last session of this workshop. And as I discussed that we will definitely have a session on the MHR as well. Thank you so much for the appreciation. Chetan sir, yes, MHR online. Yes, I understand you are from the Vadodara, right? So we'll see this on online. Yes. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
भाई डीएसएलआर में भेज दे। अरे वो तेरी वाली यार, राइट वाली भेज दे। हाँ, वो तो फाइल भी कर चलान भी